And here we are. Welcome everybody to the 2026 Lake Hood Flyby event. We have with us Stone and Jenna Alpha.
Howdy, howdy, howdy.
And it looks like Stone is our camera operator currently as well. So it looks like the weather is not great, but having been monitoring the forecast as the event has approached, it looks like it's not as bad as it could have been. So I guess we'll see what it looks like within the next over the next few hours.
It's holding up for us so far.
And you know, I said who everybody else was. I don't know if I mentioned that I am Judd, another moderator at StreamTime Live.
So hello everyone joining us in the chat. Anne and Peterbilt and John Smith. Common Citizen.
The event itself started at 10, but I think most of that, you know, the initial start is, I don't know if that's when they opened the gates or whatever. The actual flyby flying stuff, I believe, is scheduled to start at 10:30 for the first aircraft.
Now we may have an unofficial kickoff to the flyby with a incoming Dreamlifter from Charleston this morning. It's actually the second one of the day, but right now it's about 25 minutes out. It's estimated to land at 10:29 local time. So we're about 25 minutes out.
That's good time.
For those of you who are not terribly familiar with the Lake Hood live cam, the Dreamlifter that Stone was referring to is actually a pretty amazing aircraft. If you could, what it's used for is transporting parts from all over the world to, well, from specific factories for the Boeing 787 Dreamliner. And it makes a fuel stop in Anchorage regularly when picking up parts that are manufactured in Japan. If you're not familiar with that type of aircraft, imagine a 747 that has been modified to make it significantly larger, and that's what a Dreamlifter is. So, yes, that'll be great to be able to catch that. We see them regularly here, and in fact, my guess is that the 787 production must be getting to a pretty high level right now, because it seems like those Dreamlifters come through very frequently lately compared to a year or two ago.
Yeah, about a month ago, Judd, we had one of the folks who identified as being part of the Dreamlifter operations team down in Charleston, who has been in the chat on a number of occasions and shared that they were expecting over the course of the next month that we would have probably 50 visits by the Dreamlifter coming through here. So like, as today is a great example, we had flight 4312 that's coming in now, but it was 4316 that departed Charleston earlier this morning and has already arrived here and is on its way to Nagoya, Japan.
Pretty soon the music from the famous Skinny Pelletier band, and people will entertain you. Dancing is allowed, maybe not on the tables, but go. And during the day we'll have aircraft doing flyby as well as the normal traffic that we see on Lake Hood. Already today, just before we open for business, we had a short reduce from Russ land right in front of us on the lake. Picture perfect landing that all of us pilots hoped that we could accomplish. All professional pilots, the what we call Part 135 operators around the lake, and there are several of them called air taxis, taking tourists, fishermen, hunters, people out to their cabins, bear watching. You'll see them going during the day. Plus we have some of our members' aircraft will be doing flyby. Later today, we should have Drummond Goose, Drummond Widgeon, Kristen Eagle, Long Easy, Super Cubs, Beavers, Cessnas, and maybe if the rain holds off later in the afternoon, a 1929 Travel Air, a biplane of the golden age of aviation.
We've got coming into sight Rust's Beaver 44 Zulu, and it's going to be coming in and should be landing on the southeast east approach here this morning in Waterway.
Okay, that's a fun landing to watch. There are three separate water lanes. The one we're used to seeing the most is the east-west water lane with aircraft landing and taking off to the west. But there's also the northwest-southeast water lane and the north-south water lane, and those get used quite a bit less, especially the north-south water lane. Actually, I love watching the planes landing and taking off on the west water lane. I mean, that's really a good view we have from the camera. But honestly, since the others are used less, they're fun to watch operations on.
Actually, we have another aircraft that's going to be landing to the southeast first ahead of the Rust's aircraft. He was a little bit closer.
Many of the planes that fly in and out of Lake Hood have transponders which transmit their altitude and location, etc. If you look in the link for, if you look in the description for this live feed, there is a link that lists a website, Flight Radar 24, that allows you to see the aircraft, and it works not only here in the Lake Hood area, but basically all over the world. So it's definitely, for aviation enthusiasts, it's a good resource to be aware of. But yeah, you'll be able to see some, but not all, of the aircraft going in and out of this area by looking at that link. Also, there's another link for the live ATC, so it is possible to be able to hear ATC talking to these aircraft as well. And like I say, that's another excellent resource when viewing either this flyby event live feed, or just for when viewing the regular Lake Hood live feed camera, which is a 24/7 operation.
for those that are unfamiliar with this feed in channel, the area here that this Rust's aircraft just pulled into is called Fish and Wildlife Cove. And Rust's does occupy a sizable portion of it. But you'll also notice back beyond the cove itself is these aircraft that are back here. And these hangars consist of the aviation assets for the U.S. Department of the Interior for the Fish and Wildlife Service. So we have a number of aircraft that are back here, both fixed wing and rotary, as well as on floats and wheels that use this. And that's where they actually got the name for it, was Fish and Wildlife Cove, because they are the biggest user of the facilities back here. But Rust's is a very large, well-known flight seeing and air taxi service in the Anchorage area. Appears they do a lot of work with the folks that are, say, either pre-cruise or post-cruise as part of their land tour package up in Alaska. So they have planes going in and out of here all day long, and a variety from the Cessna 206s to the Beavers to the Otters, and they've got one Caravan, I believe, that they fly. So
I see we've lost the feed. Let me see what I can do about that. Success. My apologies. I was actually distracted and looking at something else when that happened to have gone out. So I'm not even sure how long it was offline, but fortunately it was easy to get back.
Looks like the Dreamlifter is about 10 minutes out.
Thank you very much, Jenna.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's descending through 9,000 feet right now, so the cloud should be obscuring that view until she gets a little lower.
It's interesting. The Dreamlifter is such a rare aircraft, and it is a plane that most people, most aviation enthusiasts, have never seen. And here on this feed, we get to watch it land and take off regularly. So that's kind of a special treat for us here on the Lake Hood feed.
Well, and for the non-plane spotters in the group, that are maybe not as familiar with what the Dreamlifter is, what kind of drives its popularity is the fact that there is only 4 of them in existence. They're all heavily modified Boeing 747s. Those modifications was done by Evergreen in Taipei. Periodically, they send them from Charleston down to Miami when there's some maintenance issues that are more than what they can handle themselves, either at Charleston or Nagoya or Toronto, Italy is another one of the places that they routinely fly to. But when it comes for heavy maintenance, it's typical that we see them go for about a 4 to 6 week period into the maintenance facility there in Taipei, where the conversions were actually done on these aircraft. So when it's something major, they fly it over there and they'll be out of service for 4 to 6 weeks. But since there's only 4 of them, if one of them is out for maintenance, then it really puts a strain on the other 3.
And it looks like the incoming Dreamlifter has turned inbound on final, and it'll be landing to the south on runway 15.
And we also have a Rust's Beaver that's inbound. Pulling that into focus now.
You know, it has a little bit of interesting trivia about this Lake Hood feed. It's probably hard for most of you to imagine, but when this feed came, the original camera was also a pan tilt
What?
zoom easy camera. However, it was not able to aim up above the horizon. It could only aim straight out or down, and could not aim up at the planes. Now, if you're trying to figure out how an aircraft live cam would work when you can't tilt the camera up, yeah, it was kind of a little bit different than now. Basically, when aiming at airplanes, you couldn't zoom in. You could see the planes taxiing on the lake, and you could see them in the air a little bit if we zoomed back a bit. But yeah, we couldn't even point up in the air and zoom in on the planes. And when we changed the camera to allow us to be able to tilt up, that was well, you can imagine, a total game changer as far as as far as how cool the camera was. So I believe that is a 737 we're seeing behind the Beaver.
And a moment ago, you could see the Dreamlifter partially, it was partially obscured by the clouds. We'll go back to it here in a second.
I haven't checked the Aviation METAR, which gives the current weather conditions, but it looks like the ceiling is pretty high today.
Last I looked, it was about 8,000 feet.
Okay, well, that's actually pretty good for our event.
Next coming in is Aloha Air Cargo coming in from Nome. just before the dream lifter.
And it's got a pretty cool paint job, actually. It's painted up as Aloha Air Cargo. But enough of that, 737. We have the Dream Lifter.
Yeah. Unmistakable.
Yeah, you can see the expanded part of the fuselage that they added is so big it pretty much dwarfs the hump on the cockpit area of the 747 that it was made from.
This one's coming in from Charleston, South Carolina.
Some interesting trivia about the Dream Lifter is the cargo compartment is actually not pressurized at all. So I wouldn't want to stow away in the in the cargo compartment of the Dream Lifter. In fact, there's some pretty big gaps, some pretty big holes in the back that are intentionally there. You can clearly see daylight in and out, and I'm sure sparrows can go in and out of it even when it's when the cargo door is closed. There's just no reason to pressurize it, and that would have probably added a lot to the engineering challenges of designing and building it. This plane also has no APU. On a typical 747, the APU is in the tail. However, the tail section on the Dream Lifter is hinged and swings open. In fact, you can kind of see little bumps near the rear. That is those are part of the hinges. But with the hingeable tail area, it just makes putting the APU in the back kind of impractical. Now they could have figured out another place to put it, but since it only goes to such a limited number of destinations, they just use ground power at those destinations. So they can get by without an APU. They just hook up to an external power source. If this was a high volume produced plane, I'm suspecting they would probably have come up with a way to mount an APU. But like I say, when there's only 4 and when it's only limited destinations, do you really need an APU? It's cheaper to solve the problem other ways.
So I can see on flight radar the first aircraft for the Flyby. That's November 4708Q. Looks to be lit up. That is a Cessna 185 Skywagon.
as many of you are probably aware, aviation is incredibly important to the state of Alaska. And it turns out that I would say the vast majority of towns and villages in Alaska are not connected via roads to each other or to Anchorage. And some of them you can get to them with boats, but most of them the only way to really get there from the outside world is from planes. And so yeah, aviation is just incredibly important to Alaska. I think I heard that it has the highest per capita number of pilots, and that's easy to believe.
Yeah, I've
Certainly,
heard and read that before as well.
that small building across the way is the Alaska Airmen Association building. It's got quite the view out there of the lake. It almost kind of looks like a house. Well, that would be a heck of a house to live in if it was, but no, it's more or less a oh gosh, I guess kind of in addition to the official business dealings of it, I believe there's a facility that you can rent, for private events or probably even weddings or things like that,
Yes, and
or
we have seen
conferences.
weddings done over there before. The other probably big advantage for those that are members of the Alaskan Airmen's Association is because Lake Hood has so few transient parking places for pilots to be able to just fly in and park their aircraft. Uh, those that are members here have the ability to tie up there alongside the Airmen's Association building. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here, but you can see some of the dock space that goes around it. So they have the opportunity to be able to tie up right there. They can fly in. Sometimes there's meetings that are being held here, and you'll see a number of aircraft that may suddenly show up at about the same time in the morning, and they have some kind of a meeting inside, and then all of a sudden they're gone.
And thank you very much, Johnny Lou, for that information. Yeah, I've heard it was a very high number of pilots. Very cool, actually. And thanks, Off-Road, for that contribution. Yeah, this is a heck of a place to watch seaplanes.
We have 08 Quebec coming back in for a touch and go.
Excuse me. The key
We
to
also
doing these
have a-
live events, the key to doing these live events is to see if you can click the mute button before you cough. So I failed that time.
And we have a Grumman Widgeon on the water. And 08 Quebec is coming back around, making a full stop. In the background, there's a flight of 2 aircraft that are coming in as part of the flyby as well.
It's fun watching planes fly in formation. You know, from what I understand, although I'm a pilot, I've never really done any formation flying. My understanding is that it takes a certain amount of training and skill. I'm not sure how, you know, what the difficulty level is, but certainly you can imagine that the downside of any kind of error is kind of bad. Had a little blip on the feed there. Unfortunately, it came back on its own. Yeah, off-road. That's kind of an interesting pairing. In fact, kind of fun to watch. I don't really remember seeing such a thing. Yeah, they're kind of limited in where they can go exploring together as a pair, I guess, right? Because the one on floats is not amphibious; it's floats only, and of course the other one is wheels only. So yeah, I think that's flyby event only. Or they can go to places like Lake Hood that have facilities for both, but I'm sure there aren't a whole lot of places that are like that. But yeah, it certainly be done.
Is the Piper Saratoga coming by again?
I don't believe this widget was part of the flyby today, but we'll take it.
Wow, that really is a beautiful aircraft, and it sounds great. I love the sound of that.
Can you guys hear me?
Hello, Little Miss Lakers. Welcome.
Hello. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, yes, we can hear you great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, good.
This beaver that's arriving is 6 Lima Union from Trail Ridge.
All right. Hey, check it out, you guys.
All right. Wrench in hand, ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
So Little Miss Lakers is live on the ground. So you may not see her in chat, but she's
Yep. I'm in the tower right now. People are just kind of arriving. It's a light drizzle, but we're okay right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next aircraft coming in, a Super Cub, flown by Camden Ventnor. Earlier, we saw a Super Cub on floats. I mentioned the bush wheels of backcountry landings, and this one just took off from the gravel strip. He's set up for that. He'll be making his turn in to come by the museum. Cameras ready and a friendly wave for the pilot.
He's coming around for another one.
I'll leave the thumbnails up there because some people may be interested in taking a peek at Little Miss Laker's feed that she's kind of running around doing a little remote tour at the airport. You know, we're used to just seeing everything from the perspective of our live cam, and it's very interesting to see how things look from a different perspective.
Yep, down here on the ground right now. Tower. It's right there. The Jetman is right there. I told AP. I'm gonna walk into the Odom hangar here.
There we go. I finally figured out how to feature Little Miss Lakers' feed here.
Awesome.
Another beautiful widgeon.
Yep. 1943. We got the museum goose out here. Got some kid projects. So, flight simulator.
And I'm going to turn the camera to the building that Lewis Lakers is in. And so you get an idea of where that Grumman goose is in relation to where the camera is right now.
Yep, the Odom hangar is obviously for some displays, planes mostly, but they also host events or rent it out for things. I'll go up in the 737 in a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like I mentioned before about us only seeing certain things from our perspective from the live camera, but excuse me, a person might never realize that there is a 737 at the museum. There's also an F-15 there. So since those are out of camera view,
I'll go over there right now.
okay. Yeah, we're generally not aware of those things from just watching the feed.
I would go under the wing, but knowing me, I'd hit my head. So let's not do that.
Well, Little Miss Lakers can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they also lease out the space in the 737 for special events, like if you wanted to have a dinner or something in there.
Yeah, they do. And I'll go in there whenever you would like me to go in there. I'll go in there. Let's see. Here's the fighter jet.
Yep. F-15.
I'm gonna hit mute for a minute.
So there's a question for Little Miss Lakers. Is the CB still there?
Yes, it is. I'll go over there.
I think I see it.
Yep. It's so cute.
Or
And
maybe
she said
not.
that almost. She said that it is like flyable, but they aren't going to do it. I don't know. I'll have to find out more information on that again. All right.
Oh, it was the one I was thinking it was.
Yep. Yeah, it's got that green tail.
There we go.
So that's a very, very unique.
It is.
Very unique aircraft. You know, the front of it kind of reminds me of the front of an old Oscar Mayer Wienermobile.
It kind of does.
It also looks a little bit like a Robinson 44 helicopter.
It's a hybrid.
And for the movie junkies in the audience, you may recall seeing one of those aircraft used in a James Bond movie years ago.
Remember, they got these cars too in the corner here. Like fire engine. I'm in the line of fire here with this. Ooh!
So you appear to have stumbled into a rocket launch area.
Yes. It literally just went over my head. And then a few minutes ago, somebody shot one and it went over the 737 to the top and then landed on the wing. Oh, so they go pretty high.
Wow, those really are cool old vehicles.
Yeah. 1942 Dodge. Let's see, from Hitchinbrook Island, Prince William Sound. Original tires, 11,000 actual miles.
You know, it's interesting because even though it's obviously not in very good condition, but even so, I mean, it looks so cool that it's very cool seeing it.
Yeah. There's a cool spider web too. Woo.
I'm sure the admission charge to the museum is reasonable, but for most of us, I think the transportation charges for going through the museum are probably a little bit on the high side. I live in Southern California, so a trip up to Alaska to go to the museum would be a little bit pricey.
Just a heads up, we have 77 Romeo with Regal that's over at the north ramp that's about to be extracted by a half truck.
Okay, we'll take a look at that if we can. Now, for those of you who have not experienced what we refer to as a half truck, check this out. It's actually a modified part of a pickup truck that actually has the rear wheels replaced with a platform with wheels on front and a hydraulic lift on front that allows them to move aircraft in and out of the water. Very, very unique. There's a few of them on the lake, actually, and you know, I never get tired of watching them.
Question that a chatter asked the other day is, where's the gas tank? Well, you can see it. It's right behind the driver.
Yeah, all sorts of questions come up. In fact, the first time you see one, the physics of it kind of plays games with your mind until you kind of put all the pieces together as to, you know, how it works, why the pickup truck cab doesn't sag down to the bottom. The important thing to realize is that that front platform area is not a trailer. It's not articulated in any way. That front part is rigidly bolted or welded or whatever, rigidly attached to the pickup truck cab. So once you figure that out, that makes things a little bit easier to see how it can possibly work. I'll tell you what, though, that front section probably has to have a little bit of weight to it to make sure that it doesn't tip up. Although I guess looking at the leverage and stuff, it probably wouldn't take too heavy of a front to keep things in balance. You know, I saw a YouTube video of a, who made the Toronado? Is that Oldsmobile? But anyway, there was a Toronado that someone had changed into one of those vehicles, and in fact, I think that was in Washington State or something. So I would say that the requirements for building something like that is you definitely need front wheel drive, so basically a 4-wheel drive pickup truck. And I suppose the easiest way to do it is to look around for an old 4-wheel drive pickup truck that got totaled because of rear end damage. And that would probably allow you to buy it for the cheapest cost. And obviously you don't need the rear end, so you can just hack that off. But yeah, those things are fascinating and very fun to watch.
Okay. Super Goose 642 is in the air, inbound, and coming this way.
I'm gonna head out there too. Although I can't really zoom, but I know our legit camera does a much better job. Thank you.
Okay, here she comes.
Turban Goose is inbound.
There we go.
And he's going to make a pass right to left and then teardropping and coming back the other way.
Yeah,
Okay.
they'll come back and land southeast.
Gotcha. Okay.
And that one will be a stop and go. Now here, you got his lights there. Here he comes.
Okay, everybody, cameras on, cameras ready for, and I promise this is the
This is going to be a low pass. Then she'll be coming back around. This is the first time she's appeared actually in a flyby with us.
This will be a touch and go.
I'm guessing that Stone may be doing something like rebooting his computer or something. It looks like he's lost control.
This one will be a stop and I'm not sure what he's going to do.
probably going to circle around in front here.
Hello, Rob. Good. No, they've been coming in southeast and departing to the east. Winds right now are about 3 knots.
You notice how
Well, I'm going to see if I can take over the cam for a bit. It looks like the problems Stone was having may have been more than just a quick refresh.
There you go.
Okay, so I'm taking a turn on the camera for now. Just in time. And this is a plane that never gets old as well.
Yes, they're aiming. They want to make the TOQ, which is firm on target. I'm sorry, I'm speaking off of it, Sue. Yeah, they want to make the pass. They want to make the pass at 11:30.
These Air Force guys are like that. Army guys, we don't care. We go when we want to. We got the 206 down there. It's going to take off west.
Those who have always wondered, that little blue device on the bottom of the obstruction light is a light sensor for turning it on and off at night. It's got a little window aiming to the north, so aiming out straight out the other side, so that it can sense the light. You'd normally think of those devices as being mounted horizontally on top of, say, a street light or something to turn them on and off. So the Linden cargo C-130s are not technically C-130s. So this is not a retired military transport jet. In fact, I've heard that there are some laws regarding the use of former military aircraft that would actually prevent such a plane from being used for cargo operations by civilians. This plane was a program that Lockheed had for a while, where they actually sold and marketed these planes, which they call something different than the C-130. But they sold them to civilian organizations for a while, and I think they stopped doing that. I'm not sure how long that program lasted, but yeah, that was purpose built specifically to be a civilian aircraft.
It looks like a 13B maybe coming around. This could be the commemorative Air Force entry.
Can you guys hear me at all?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can hear you.
I can hear you great.
All right.
Hey, look what I stumbled upon.
That's a great shot.
One of the modifications that was made in the process of putting the turboprop engines on that Grumman Goose was to move the engines closer together. And a little bit ago, when they were both heading into the camera, you could definitely see how close together the engines, the turboprop engines, are on that other Goose, on the left Goose. Or is the other one a Goose? Maybe the other one is, it's hard to say. Maybe that other one is the Widgeon? I don't know. I can't tell from here.
Up until about 15 minutes ago, I'd never seen these aircraft fly together, so this is pretty special. They're able to do this after just a couple of minutes of practice up there over Twin Island Lake.
Yeah, a lot of people kind of get mixed up on whether it's Twin Island Lakes or Twin Island Lake. But if you look at it on the map, it's pretty easy to see which it is. It's Twin Island Lake, because if you look at it, it's got two very similar size and shaped islands in the lake. So it's the islands that are twins, not the lakes, not the lake.
So not to interrupt, but the Widgeon, I heard that Berg is flying that one. I think. Okay, now I'm. Because I think it's that new one that we've been seeing across the way. Not
Yes.
new one. Yeah. I forgot the tail number.
Yeah, it's 44.
Yeah.
GW.
It's nice to see that there's interest in restoring and keeping up these some of these old planes.
I saw there was a reference in the chat to the Grumman Albatross. And we actually have seen one up here at Lake Hood before. It was up, I think, a year or 2 years ago. Spent a brief amount of time, and then it headed back to the lower 48.
Yeah, that Albatross had been completely restored. In fact, I found I don't know, an article or YouTube video or something showing pictures of the restoration. It was restored at Duncan Aviation in Lincoln, Nebraska, which is a company that specializes mainly in doing things like custom interiors for like Falcon jets and stuff like that. Falcons being the business jet, not the fighter.
Yeah, I don't think they do custom interiors on F-16s. They have one interior. If you don't like it, you better find another jet to fly.
Hey, I did once learn something interesting about F-16s. You know, when an F-16 is maybe they're going across the country for operations or for whatever purpose, they hook on some external stores. I mean, it looks like a spare fuel tank or or a bomb or an equipment package or something, but it's hollowed out. It has a door in it, and it allows them to store luggage. So sometimes if you see a fighter jet with a big, big tank or something on it, it may not be a fuel tank. It may not be an instrumentation pod. It may be golf clubs or something. It makes sense. I mean, it's a totally logical solution to to a problem which would exist if you're flying an F-16 across the country. I mean, otherwise you probably wouldn't even have room for a toothbrush without some kind of solution like that.
I think you're going to have a couple other small aircraft, Judd, coming in behind these two. If you broaden up the
great.
view a little bit.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, there they come. Yeah, we had a Cessna 185 and a Cessna 180. And we have 642 coming back around again. Actually, 642 is heading straight out to the road.
Looks like our Cessna pair is coming back again.
Mm-hmm. We also have Rust's Caravan 65.
Hotel Papa,
Yeah, Hotel Papa coming in.
or technically Hotel Papa. When
Well, it
they
certainly makes
come
it
up with the,
interesting. So it certainly makes it interesting when you've got the flyby traffic being interwoven with the regular operations aircraft coming in and out of Lake Hood today.
yeah, you know, it's interesting if this were, instead of a flyby event, if this were to be an air show. Well, of course, with an air show, there might be some more interesting maneuvers, but the problem is that would shut down the airspace completely to regular aircraft. In fact, that's one of the distinctions between a flyby event and an air show. In a flyby event, the participating aircraft are always following standard airport operation, whereas in an air show, they essentially are given a carve out of their own special airspace that they can do, you know, whatever approved maneuvers or whatever they want to do. So this is not an air show, and so you'll notice these planes aren't doing loops and rolls and things like that. They're staying in the pattern and doing their flybys that way. Certainly more convenient for the other pilots as well.
Looks like 642 is heading back over to Merrill.
You know, I really like Caravans. They're a very cool plane, and you know, it's kind of nice that they did that, because before the Caravans, the planes used for that kind of thing were things like beavers and otters and things like that. Well, that's all well and good. I like beavers and I like otters. The problem is they're getting older and older, and probably less and less of them with time. So the fact that, you know, not a whole lot of replacements of any sort were being built was kind of disappointing. And well, at this point, the Caravans have been around for a while, but before they started making those, there really wasn't a replacement for this type of aircraft. So great to see those in existence.
Yeah, this particular Caravan is 28 years old, which is basically a baby compared to the beavers and otters that we see at the lake.
Well, given the weather forecast, I think we're very lucky. Getting lots of, we're able to see some aviation. This, if I recall, our coverage of flyby events in the past have been curtailed quite a bit on I think on a couple of different years due to weather. So my
Correct.
recollection of the flyby events is that when this camera was first installed, there was a flyby event, and none of us even knew what was going on. There were some of us that happened to be on the camera, and so we showed the plane coming by and stuff. But we didn't have any advanced knowledge, nor did we really even know what it was when we saw it. It just looked like some special event that we just randomly came across. So, of course, as time went on, we learned more about it and started, discussing the event with them and getting the info, etc. But yeah, that first one, Stone, I don't know if you were doing much on the Lake Hood camera at that time. Do you remember that first flyby? It might have been like 2 or 3 weeks after the camera was installed.
Yeah, that might have been before I was getting really actively involved in it up there. The other thing too that I've noticed with today's event, at least the start of it is typically these events have been flying with aircraft coming from east to west, and yet today we started with aircraft coming in mid-channel and landing to the southeast east. So it was a little bit different orientation from what we've been accustomed to with this event in the past. But as you can see now, the winds have come around and made it more favorable for them to be landing to the west or taking off to the west.
So one of the constraints that we're under operating live webcams like this is we have to be very careful for about copyright infringement, and that is most often an issue when dealing with music, either being played by people with boom boxes next to our camera, or in cases like this, a special event where live music is provided. So you'll notice that I had to turn down the music for now. Unfortunate, but it's the world we live in. Looks like we have Little Miss Lakers showing her view. Now, where she is right now is right under the camera, or on the side. In fact, there's a little a platform that runs around the old control tower cab, which our camera is mounted on top of. That control tower cab was actually the Merrill Field control tower, which is a general aviation, a larger general aviation facility that's up near downtown Anchorage. They replaced this tower with a more modern one. Now, I should mention that it's the tower cab which was donated to the museum, not the whole tower. That when this tower cab was at Merrill, it was based on a taller tower, to give them a better view. It's mounted here at the museum on a shorter tower, which was built by the museum to put the tower cab on top of. Now, when this camera first came to be, and we knew that the camera was on top of the tower, it was actually for quite a few months, I believe, that I was under the impression that that was the actual tower used by the. As it turns out, the Lake Hood Tower is actually operated by the same people in the same control tower as what controls Anchorage.
So if we have a Regal coming back in.
Another aspect about the control tower is that during the busier periods of time at Lake Hood, especially during the water season, there is typically a dedicated controller for Lake Hood. So if you listen to the Lake Hood tower comms and if you listen to the Anchorage tower comms, you will hear different communications taking place. And sometimes because of staffing levels, you may actually end up hearing a controller telling someone at Lake Hood, hey, it'll be a minute, I'm also handling stuff at Anchorage right now. So it depends on the time of day, it depends on how busy the lake is, but they will have instances where you will have separate people controlling the two airports kind of independently and yet conjoined just because of the complexity of the airspace.
Usually when I zoom in on the control tower, you can't really see people looking this way because when there's activity at the lake, I don't usually go up and aim at the control tower. But now we got some, the flyby event. There's probably a couple controllers pointing this way. And I think I am seeing a couple. Well, one of the things I saw was not a person, but. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it looks like we got some controllers on this side.
Gee, should we all wave at them? Someday they're going to wave back.
Are you guys able to hear me at all?
Yeah, we can hear you.
It's that newest Russ. I'm gonna head over towards Russ actually. Probably get a close up of that one. Here, should we wave? Since I see us, sort of. Wave. Hi, guys.
Okay, yes, we can see you.
The Russ building. Side where we can't really see too much. Look at all these planes. Here's the one that just came in. I'm just testing again. Can you guys hear me? I'm not hearing you guys, so I might have to reconnect. I know. It's a lot. I'm gonna reconnect here, I think. Are you guys hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
We can-
sorry, I keep asking. It's weird because sometimes I can't. I'm seeing different things and it's odd. So just checking. Yeah, they have more planes than I realized. I think. We got 8 lined up right now.
Yeah, that is quite a fleet there.
Yeah. Oh no, Plus these guys.
I'm going to try a quick experiment here, so I apologize in advance if it doesn't work well.
I'm gonna walk into the Russ gift shop office quick. Keep it
Oh, there we go. The experiment worked. At least it did for a second, and then it changed. Lots of red over there in the Rust's area.
Yeah, that they are packed today in that office, in the gift shop and stuff. Couldn't barely get through.
Yeah, it was amazing how packed the flight office is, and yet how many of the aircraft
Show you some
are sitting at the docks.
some bear prints. It's kind of scary being around here, knowing that these are fresh. Not really.
Yeah, it looks like the bear invaded the paint storage closet.
Yep. Go over and check out their lift truck.
Ah, yes. Yes, the half truck. That'll be cool.
Shout out to Ice Cold AK parents in Virginia watching. Had to do it. You got to see your son. We are.
Little Miss Lakers, if I can put you on hold for a second, we have a plane coming in for landing.
Yep, I'm just here.
is the aircraft at Lake Hood. This is a turbine otter that is owned and operated by the Tordrillo Mountain Lodge. It transports those who decide to stay at the lodge to get them from Anchorage out to the lodge. It's about a 45-minute flight out there. You see this plane often going several times a day as it ferries people back and forth.
Stone, we can just barely hear you. I think you mentioned earlier you may have changed headsets or something, but you might look at that.
Is this any better now?
If that was Stone, then I guess the answer is no.
How about now?
Still very soft.
Okay. I may change microphones again.
I heard some kind of clicking noise.
How's this?
Better?
Oh, that sounds much better.
Okay, good. I'll leave it at this one.
Now she should. There's Tom MT's 444Z that he and his wife flew in when they were here. Got the CAPS plane.
It's interesting. I didn't realize the Civil Air Patrol had a float plane.
Yeah, they have a couple, at least a couple of each, or maybe I don't know if this is the only one or not. Well, last year, this was open for the helicopters they have here.
So on Little Miss Laker's feed, you can see in the background the control tower cab that our camera is located on top of. Kind of stubby as far as control towers go. If it was an actual operating control tower. And in fact, if the museum tower was real tall and you had to climb up steps to get up it, that would be kind of a pain. Actually a nice height as far as for something to observe the lake.
One of the other little facts about Lake Hood, as people commonly ask, is this the largest seaplane base in the world? And it is. There's roughly 1,000 aircraft that are at Lake Hood. And what's interesting is it's almost a 50-50 split on the number of actual water slips. So a slip would be where you have direct water access for your aircraft, and there's roughly another 500 tie-down places for wheeled aircraft. The 500 direct water slips, they're highly coveted, and the waiting list is notoriously long. It can last anywhere from 10 to 13 years between the time that you apply for a water slip and potentially actually receive it.
They just came over with the smoke just a second ago. They're coming back. I'm hoping they're coming back around. If you go to the left there, you probably see two of the planes.
Is this the Rutan Long Easy?
Yes. And we just
Okay.
missed it. But I bet you they'll come back. They are flying fast.
Oh, okay. I think I see them on flight radar.
They're going to be over, like, toward. I'm sure you can find them. Yeah, right
Yeah,
around there.
inside the ballpark. There they
There you
are.
go, to the left. You got them almost. To the left more.
Oops, that doesn't look
there-
like a long easy.
No, there you go. You can see this. They're pushing out smoke. There you
Oh,
go.
there's the smoke.
You got him. There you go.
Those are very cool aircraft. Oh, I see. We got a long easy and a Christen Eagle. You know, I remember.
That's what it is. Yeah.
I've always liked Christen Eagles, and the interesting thing, the reason I liked them so much growing up is they always seem, even though they're home built, they always seem to put the same decal package on them, and I just love the colors and stuff. They got a very distinctive paint pattern that they always put on those Christen Eagles. See if I can get close enough to see it. Well, not very well, but we should be able to catch it at some point. It's kind of a striped wing, kind of multicolor paint scheme.
Another one just went by. You'll catch it in a second if you zoom out.
What was it that went by?
Oh man, I'm having a hard time.
An airplane. Okay.
Yeah, they're so fast.
Airplane with smoke.
I literally turned my head and then it's gone.
You know, a couple of years ago at this Flyby event, there was a I don't know, what was it, an F-22 flyover or something like that. And we never did catch it on the camera at all. And at the time we were having pretty serious lag issues with the cam, so it was hard enough just to aim the camera at any plane. Rumor has it maybe the F-22 flew over the runway at Anchorage instead of right over the lake. I don't know, but we never did see it.
I think at the time we tried to attribute it to its stealth technology.
You know, it's funny when you see the demonstration of an F-22. You realize that the term stealth does not apply to the noise level it provides. Those things are extremely loud. So the term stealth doesn't really apply as far as the amount of noise that they make.
Looks like the long easy is going to come back around.
Thank you very much.
Here we go.
Yeah, and the Rutan Long Ease was actually the aircraft that the famous singer John Denver was flying when it crashed in Monterey Bay years back. which is almost 30 years ago.
It's pretty sweet seeing that. Here, here comes the one that I don't know what it is. As I should. It's come. Whoa! Check that out.
Yeah, we got the widgeon coming in too.
Looks like a decathlon maybe, or a Citabria.
I don't have the lineup with me, but holy cow, look at that.
And the only reason I can identify it is because it seems like Citabrias or decathlons tend to be painted that way.
Judd, you've got the Grumman widgeon on final. Landing southeast.
I don't think I do. However, I can.
It's coming right here.
Doing a flyby.
A lot of you have probably noticed that otters typically have the turboprop engines refitted to them. If you've ever seen an original otter, you may notice they look completely different. They have a radial engine that doesn't stick way out in front like that, and they look very much like a large beaver, the front end. In fact, casual observer might think that they're looking at a beaver when they look at it. I was curious, why are there so many otters that have been refitted with turboprop engines? And when I looked into it, it turns out that the old radial engines that were in the otters were, very old engines that were difficult to maintain. So that combined with the fact that the Otter in general, the airframe was an absolutely great plane. I mean, it was a wonderful plane, built like a tank, would last forever. And so between those two things, the difficulty of the engine and it being a great plane otherwise, that's why it was worth the money or operators of the Otter to replace the engine with a turboprop. The Otters with the radial engines look completely different. Like I say, the engine, doesn't stick way out. The turboprop engine mods require them to put the engine way out, and the reason for that doesn't have to do with the size of the turboprop engine. In fact, the turboprop engines are very small and compact and lightweight, and lightweight is the key. As most people probably know, maintaining weight and balance is extremely important on any aircraft. And when you replace a big heavy engine with a lightweight turboprop engine, the way you can do that is by moving that lighter weight engine way out front, and that helps maintain the balance of the plane. It's kind of the old thing of, if you have someone heavy on a teeter-totter, if they get closer to the pivot, they can teeter-totter with, say, a small kid or something. But they look beautiful with those turboprop engines sticking way out like that. So it appears we may have a gap in the action here. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. We do have a couple of things we can show you here. Well, let me see if I can show you something.
All right, I'm with Phyllis, the
Alaska Aviation Museum Executive Director, and she's going to show us a few things that are new to the museum.
Hi everyone, this is our new gear wall, and if you want to zoom in over here, it was donated by the Han Cuddy Foundation. It's super cool. Kids can come in here and learn about how gears work on planes. They can move around. So yeah, we got that probably February of this year. And this is our kids area over here. We've got a little flight simulator kids can play on. And this artist is a really neat artist.
Ooh.
She did some fun stuff for us. And then books, we got some books. Legos, you see the cool airplane and helicopter.
Oh yeah.
Kids come in here and do some fun stuff. And there's a place for mom and dad to hang out.
Perfect.
Auntie and uncle and grandma and grandpa.
Awesome.
And this is a cool thing where kids can put the headset on and hear some airplane audio stuff in there.
That really works.
Uh-huh.
Cool. All right.
Our Bush Pilot exhibit on sea, ice, and mud. And with this exhibit, it has some really neat touch screens where you can ask it some questions. It takes a minute for it to turn on.
No worries.
This exhibit was brought to us by the Rasmussen Foundation. As you can see up there, we got a grant. And this really, really cool map, if you want to look at this, here's a Grandma Goose. These planes are located in Alaska from where they were flying. And this was painted by one of our employees, Isabel, who is our front desk guest services. She's going to college right now. She's going to art school.
Excellent.
But she actually painted this.
Ooh, very nice.
I think she did a great job. So it's early bush pilots from the 1920s on. And then we walk over here. This is Carl Ben Allison's Ford Parka. In the display case here's one of the touch screens that are on. So you can click on pilots, planes, artifacts. So you can click on, let's talk about Joe Crossan. And there's some history on Joe Crossan. Go back. If you want to talk about Archie Ferguson, there's information on Archie. And then these are some additional artifacts in this exhibit. And we end this exhibit with some famous female aviators. And there's the text panels for them. This logbook here is Russ Merrill's actual logbook.
Oh wow.
He flew in Anchorage from 1925 to 1929. And then this is our Alaska Airlines exhibit. Oh, I'll wait for you.
Okay.
This is the Alaska Airlines exhibit. This is a brand new exhibit also. It is not finished yet, so we're still under construction on this one.
Looks very nice and clean.
See the fun little airplane seats in
Oh
here?
yeah. Oh my gosh. Super cool. Awesome.
And then we're going to have some trays here, and we're going to have some of the original Alaska Airlines that back when we flew and we could drink out of real glass.
Oh, that's the special stuff right there. Awesome.
We got a grant for this exhibit from the Atwood Foundation. So this one should be complete in the next 30 days. So we're excited
Cool.
to have this new exhibit as well.
Very
Behind
nice.
us is our world famous Stearman and number 5415.
And the rest of the stuff in here you have to come and check out yourself, right?
Yeah, this is the Bob Reeve Kids Play Area.
Awesome. Thank you, Phyllis.
Yeah, thank you.
Great stuff.
check in with Little Miss Lakers, who has been roaming the museum, showing all sorts of stuff that unfortunately we are missing a lot of it because we don't always know. Don't always know when or where she is, and sometimes there are airplanes that we're covering. So
I'm just waiting in the wings, literally. I think I'm gonna, I know, blame the bad humor on my parents. I think I'm gonna try to go up here as soon as traffic ends on this. I wish they had wider stairs. That's the one thing that'd be great if they had.
yes, on a normal day it probably doesn't matter, but
No.
on a busy day.
All right. I'm
Well,
gonna head up.
actually, you may luck out. Yeah, you may luck out because everybody seems to be downbound. So that may help you in the end
True.
if people are exiting it.
Yeah, someone's getting a photo op. I'm gonna head up right now. My goodness. Okay. Watch me fall. That'd be amazing. Good. That's good footage. Right. So. Oh wow. Keep going. Got a line to get in the pilot and co-pilot seat, I guess. That's a little. It's a little dark in here for some reason, but they have cool pictures and yes, like Stone was saying earlier, you can rent the place out for parties and things. They got all the seating.
It looks like there's quite a backup for the tour of the cockpit, but
Yeah.
that's okay. Maybe I'll catch it later if it
Yeah.
clears out or.
Yeah, I can come up. It's pretty spacious in there. See a good shot of the top of the. This is what.
Yeah, the F-15 looks like a pretty big aircraft.
It is. It is much bigger than you think. There's the wing. Yeah.
I remember once I saw. An F-14 up close, and I was really surprised at how big it was. And then you see that next to an F-16, and the F-16 just seems so small.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is what Cole worked on when he was in the military. So it's his favorite. Cool. Naturally.
Oh, that's cool. They actually have the engine in the 737. A lot of times when, things get donated or used for other things, the engines still have value and they remove them. But I guess that style of engine isn't really used much anymore, so they probably were okay just leaving it in the plane. Now, as for the F-15, I bet it doesn't have its engine's probably not there.
The engines are out of this, right? Yeah. Yes, they are. Yeah, they actually have this random. What? Tell me, professional, what's in this?
This is what I want.
Oh, he wants to
My
take
canopy strut holder.
He wants a souvenir out of that. You got the here too. Didn't really. Look at that. R15 and old parts, old stuff. Yeah. There's the info. I've never noticed actually on the here for the chocolate. I don't have the lineup, you guys. What are they saying for like the time frame for the next flyover? Do we know?
I do have a list. I don't know if anybody else has one closer by, but let me take a look.
Yeah, I don't have it at my fingertips right now.
Okay, let's see what time we got here.
And I guarantee you they're not going to be on with as far as exact timing, but just what might be next.
Looks like there should be a Super Cup.
Right.
Too. It's a father and son duo, Rob and Matt Stone, with 2 Super Cups.
Okay.
It says 1:30 on the schedule. I guess we'll see.
Go into the museum gift shop, even though you kind of just saw it on that clip there. Some really cool stuff in here. Okay. Kind of flight simulator here. It's not usually out of order, but I think I know why. You guys have to check.
Looks like they got a lot of cool stuff in there.
Yeah, look at this. I saw this the other day. It's a hangar with a bunch of little stuffed planes. I mean, planes stuffed in the hangar.
Stuffed airplanes.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, every time I come in here, I want to buy something. Lots of cool hats. You all know me in hats. I'll just do a quick. Oh, one of my favorite things that they still have it. I gotta show you guys. I hope they have it. Oh, I don't see it. They used to have. Oh, here we go. Look at these cutest little
Oh, little flight jacket.
pilot jackets. Yeah, flight jackets. Look how tiny that one is. You fit on my finger.
So, do they have any aviation dog sweaters or anything? You could get one
Oh,
and
I should.
put it on your dog.
Yeah, I really should ask Phyllis if she could make that happen. I bet she could. Here you go, Judd. That's for you right there.
Huh?
I love it. That's adorable. There we go. That's your Christmas ornament. Some gummy planes, it looks like. Here's like I can go back here real quick. Just a few little, before you go inside the museum. But right. Oh, it's right past the gift shop with just some cool info of the Hall of Fame, all the different credits. Cool information.
I'm going to step away for just a minute. I'll be right back.
Women of World War II. Oh, Judd. You never cease to amaze us. I like it. Look what Judd
Yes, I
put
guess
on.
nobody knows what you're talking about.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, here's the lodge otter. Oh, there you go.
So weird. Should I tell you that I just took a screenshot of that for memories? Sorry, not sorry. That was too good. Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh. Looks like we lost our connection with Little Miss Lakers.
Am I back?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh,
Is my screen, am I good?
we can see you and everything. We have another view from the control tower here. You know, we actually have a couple other videos that were taken that we can share. Let me share another video. We actually have a video of Regal Air, which is one of the operators on the airport. And let me see what I can do as far as getting something like that going.
Yeah, that beaver that we saw taken out of the lake earlier at the north ramp was one of the ones that are operated by Regal.
Yeah, that was a fun little interview. Both Regal and Trail Ridge were awesome. Shout out to them.
All right, I'm with the Nick Cunningham with Regal Air. And one of our camera operators, Stone, was wondering if, since you've been on Ice Airport, Alaska, has that impacted the business at all?
Yeah, that was a great experience, and I'm sure some, excellent exposure for the company. Unfortunately, I don't have a line of people who are standing here waiting to come fly with us, thanks to Airport Alaska or Ice Airport. But we've had a couple people email and buy some sweatshirts, and there's definitely some fan following. So it was a great experience. I think 4 or 5 seasons now, and it's fun in the wintertime. It's just something else to do, and again, give kind of that exposure to the business. So.
For sure, excellent. What is your most popular flight seeing spot?
Probably our most popular location is either Prince William Sound or the Kinnick Colony Glacier right behind Anchorage.
Strangest thing that you've put on floats to bring somewhere?
So sometimes we do external loads on the floats, and we've hauled, I guess, four-wheelers is always the cool one. People want to see pictures of the four-wheelers on the outside of the floats.
That's popular.
That's a popular one. Lots of lumber and boats. You can haul like small, John boats. Inside the plane, sometimes we do the, ash drops are common, where we go up and fly and drop ashes for people on top of the mountains.
Okay.
Or maybe in a national park or something like that.
Very nice.
And then, yeah.
How many people can fit in?
In the de Havilland Beaver, we can get 7 people total plus a pilot, so eight people total. That's pretty tight in the back. That'd be for some kiddos, but normally it's 5 adults and a pilot. So.
Okay. And same with that.
Yep,
both of them.
Both
Okay,
of those are beavers, so those both.
Very popular ones that people are extremely familiar with. So.
Yeah.
Excellent. Awesome. Anything else on your end?
I don't know. Thanks for watching us.
How long have you been?
So I've been with Regal since 2014, and I'm the owner here. So I was able to buy the business in 2018, and it's been a great run since. And we have, again, every season's kind of a different journey. If we're on skis, or if we're flying wheels, or the hunting, the fishing, and the tourism all goes in little cycles. So it's pretty exciting and a great place to work. And
so cool.
Fun job to do.
So cool. Thank you for letting us get a little sneak peek. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you guys.
And thank you very much, Lil Miss Lakers, for taking the time and having the energy to get that interview and the other interviews, the earlier one, as well as we still have a couple more interviews coming up. So very cool.
Yeah, one of the other questions that Nick was able to answer for Alex was, he mentioned the external loads. And, we've seen the John boats, we've seen the ATVs, we've seen lumber. I think one time saw a chest freezer actually strapped onto one of the floats. But there is a when they have those type of loads, they have to fly the west route heading out from Lake Hood to minimize the potential for if something was lost in flight, that it's not landing on someone's house or in a residential neighborhood or over the recreational areas. So they have a very defined path that they have to take when leaving the airspace, especially with those external loads.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys are hearing me right now or not, but yes, that'll be maybe another video later, possibly or sometime, and he explains that in that video. Makes complete sense.
And in case you were still looking for an answer to your question, Little Miss Lakers, yes, we can hear you.
I feel so weird asking that constantly, but what I'm seeing is a little different. Maybe it's because it's my phone, but so much apologies.
Now, interestingly, I'm not seeing this plane on Flight Radar 24.
Correct. This is a good example of one that does not appear to have a transponder, but I knew of its approach just because of listening to the Lake Hood Tower communications.
It is amazing how much it enhances enjoyment of this feed when you are listening to ATC, for one thing, and also watching the air traffic on Flight Radar 24. I mean, it's just it's just amazing how much it adds to the experience having access to that.
It really does, and so many times for those of us that do operate the camera here at Lake Hood, it's really vital that we listen to the Lake Hood tower communications because of the number of aircraft that simply do not have transponders. So we really don't have a way of being able to see them on like Flight Radar 24 or ADS-B or any of the other flight tracking programs. And so it really requires listening and understanding what the tower is sharing in communicating with the pilots. And because the airspace is as protected and concise as what it is because of the adjoining airspace with Anchorage International, and then you have Merrill Field, and then beyond that you have Elmendorf, Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson, J-Bear as some people know it, otherwise most of us just refer to it as Elmendorf. But when you have that many different airspaces that kind of run up against each other, and to get in and out of Lake Hood, you got to fly through one of those airspaces. It really limits the areas where they can fly in and fly out, whether it's off to the north or whether it's off to the east.
Yeah, that's true. And actually, it technically is or can be allowed to fly through other airspace when you're flying in and out of Lake Hood, but it's so much easier for everybody, the controllers, etc., if you can avoid other airspace, and you won't have to wait for an approval or that type of a thing. So there's definitely an advantage to that. As far as the airspace goes in general, I have a little presentation I can give related to the airspace in this area. And let's see, I don't know if we have much going on. Maybe that's a good segue. Maybe I can do that now and kind of show you a little bit about the airspace in this area. So let me see what I can do here. I just need to be smart enough to be able to figure out how to do it.
And Judd, I don't know if you have the answer for Michael Smith, but he asked the question, who is required to have a transponder?
Right, I saw that. It's well, there's a lot of rules related to it. I mean, the easy answer is if it's in airspace that airspace that is busy tends to require it. As far as the details, I don't really recall if I knew before, but yeah, in general, if you're in very rural areas, you can often get by without it. Like you might be flying, a J3 Cub or something that doesn't even have an electrical system. It's nice to be able to fly that without having to install many thousands of dollar transponder. Well, let me see what I can pull up for airspace, and I can maybe show a few things, and
Sure.
Well, let's see how that goes. Okay, so here is the airport, this area here. What I'd like to do is zoom back a little bit. Okay, and I am going to turn on some airspace. Okay. So these are airspace areas around this area, and what I'd like to do is talk about what the different ones are. Now, in general, the red airspace here is for Anchorage Airport. This yellow area is Lake Hood. Merrill Field is the green colored airspace here. Elmendorf Air Force Base is this dark blue. And now here's some airspace for a place maybe a lot of people who pay attention to this channel aren't even aware of, but it's the Bryant Army Airfield. And you can see they've got a small strip here, which I believe is mainly used for things like helicopters. But anyway, so with that said, let me show a couple of different views here. And you'll be able to see the 3D aspect of it. Now, I created this airspace so that I could show this stuff. I downloaded the basic files from the FAA, but then turned them into 3D using some ingenuity. And let's talk about getting into and out of Anchorage. Now, you can see here that if you're trying to avoid other airspace and you're trying to come in from the east, you've got just this tiny little window here that you can go through. Now let me show a different view here. People who listen to this channel regularly maybe have heard of the Tudor Muldoon curve, and that is this curve right here. Aircraft entering Lake Hood from the eastern side generally fly over this area here. They either come from the south and come to here, or the north and come to here, and then fly west along Tudor, which is the name of this street, and then fly towards this this place where they can enter the airspace without going through other airspace. So as we get a little closer here, another prominent waypoint that is often called into air traffic control is the Tudor overpass, and you can see that the Tudor overpass is right at the entrance here, and so it's a pretty prominent interchange as far as size goes. So it's real easy to see. And in fact, I'll jump down here. And you can see it's pretty big. I mean, the highway it's going over is lots of lanes, and the bridge itself is lots of lanes. So anyway, that is the Tudor overpass. So let's show, just for orientation, here's Lake Hood, and the camera, the camera is on the control tower. It's right here. You can see the east-west water lane is here, and on the other side of, I guess you'd call it a median, is the taxi lane, the slow taxi lane. So that's just kind of a taxiway. The northwest-southeast water lane is right here. The north-south water lane is here, and you can see the gravel strip is over here. And it's kind of surprising, it's difficult to tell from our camera. To me, the gravel strip always kind of looks like it's parallel to the east-west water lane, but actually it's not. It's at quite an angle going up there. Let's see. I got a little trivia here. So I discovered this the other day when I was doing this. It turns out that the control tower for Anchorage and Lake Hood is actually located in the Lake Hood airspace and not the Anchorage airspace. Now, there's no significance to that, or it doesn't matter for anything, but I just thought it was kind of interesting. Okay. So now, if we focus our attention towards access from the north side, we'll take a look here. And in fact, just to make things easier to say, I'm going to turn off the Lake Hood airspace. You'll still be able to see the other airspace here. Now, one interesting thing you may notice is if you look up here, this is on the other side of the Kinnick Arm. So this is where the shore starts up again. You may be able to see there is a thin layer of airspace that is actually part of the Anchorage, into the Anchorage airspace. And so planes going to or from Lake Hood, to or from the north, generally either fly above this airspace or below it. And actually, one of the reasons for doing that isn't necessarily this airspace, but it's the arrival corridor for Elmendorf, which also goes through at about the same altitude, but at mid-channel. So let me zoom in a little bit here. Now I mentioned the Tudor overpass that is used as a prominent waypoint for accessing from the east. Now, if you're going to or from to the north, there are two, excuse me. Okay, there's two different waypoints. One of them is Point Mackenzie, which is, well, I'll show you where that is. Point Mackenzie is on the right, and it's just simply that kind of peninsula point, or the kind of the angle over there. The other is referred to as the boat hull. So you may wonder, why would what the heck is the boat hull? Well, some of you have probably looked it up in Google Earth or something, but there you can see it's actually the hull of an old boat. Now, I noticed that someone mentioned something in the chat about Powerline Bend. Let me back up just a little bit and point something out. I talked before about being able to fly above or below this thin layer of airspace related to the Anchorage airport. Now, you might be able to see from here that if you go above it and you were actually trying to fly up and to the west, you would have to go way out past this upper level, upper shelf, to go west. But look at this, if you go below it, you can sneak under this airspace shelf and go left, and that is Powerline Bend there. And so a lot of planes will come up here and then go west here, right under this corner, Powerline Bend, and come back. Now I mentioned there's two waypoints here, Boat Hull and Point Mackenzie, and one of them is for arriving aircraft and one is for departing aircraft. Which one? Well, it depends. It depends on the wind direction, because it works out best that if the traffic is landing to the west on the east-west water lane, for example, it's best for the incoming traffic to come in over Point Mackenzie and the outgoing to go out over the Boat Hull. If they are doing east landing on the east-west water lane, for example, it works out best for the incoming traffic to come in over the Boat Hull and depart over Point Mackenzie. So I thought that was interesting. It's actually, there's a lot of complicated rules related to getting in and out of this area. Let me go up here over closer to Powerline Bend and look the other way. Okay, so to acclimate you a little bit, we're on the north side of Point Mackenzie in the Boat Hull, and we are looking towards, here's Lake Hood and here's Anchorage. We can take a quick look and see this point down here is actually Powerline Bend. It's a junction of a couple of power lines. And I'd like to point out another fun waypoint that you'll hear on the radio a lot, and that is the ballpark. So the ballpark is used when arriving, when they are flying, for example, on the landing to the west, landing and taking off on the west, on the east-west water lane. So let's show where the ballpark is. Oops, you know what? Hold on. Let me redo. I kind of didn't do a good job on that. Okay, let me use this image. This way we won't be flipping around and looking the other way. Okay, so here it is. You can see clearly it is a ballpark, and it's right there. And the the planes would fly over here and then typically fly out to the south, maybe a little southeast, do a turn, and then you can kind of make out the lake here, Lake Hood, and the gravel strip is right there. So let's see. I think that might be what I had to discuss. Let's see here. Let me show another overview of it. But that is the airspace. Oh, let me show just show out one other thing that you may or may not have been able to kind of figure out. But some of this airspace, most of it goes down to the ground, but some of it does not. And you'll see that some of it is kind of out. Let me see here if I can show it clearly. I don't know if I can. Oh, this view kind of shows it. Some of it is only airspace from up above. But anyway, so that's it for now. And in fact, I think we have some activity on the lake. And I'm going to switch back over to the live cam.
Yeah, we've got a couple of Super Cubs that have been doing a slow motion flyby. They're going to do one more flyby and then land on 14.
I see that the widgeon over there, back at its home. I need to go rub elbows. Except if the rumor isn't a rumor and Burke is flying it, then I already rubbed elbows with him. So maybe get a closer look at that one pretty soon.
Park my bed in there for the winter.
Well, Little Miss Lakers, I thought I heard the tower mention Burke's name earlier.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's just what I mean. Even Phyllis was like, "Really?" And yeah, that new hangar I hear is really nice.
You know, I understand that Burke has actually written a book about flying float planes and seaplanes. I think I saw it on Amazon or something like that.
Phyllis was down at the bottom of the tower and yells up to us saying, "Can you get footage of this?" Well, yeah, we're getting it even better up above the tower. So that was perfect. Your wish is our command. Wind is really kicking now.
Yeah, there's a cool shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it's very cool. I love getting multiple aircraft in the same shot. It's always so fun.
Looks like that's an Airs Data 747 coming in from Seoul.
So it looks like the Dreamlifter is getting ready to depart.
Yeah, he's been lit up for quite a while. He had a much longer than normal layover time here in Anchorage today. I've been keeping an eye on it.
Oh, I may be looking at the wrong plane. I was thinking it was being pushed back, but that's another plane that's being pushed back. So it's still showing up as 1 knot. Although, well, yeah.
Yeah, until it gets up to about 10 knots, I don't take it seriously.
I'm back, I think, but I'm gonna turn this off for a little bit because of the music. Ah. I'm too sure that we see quite often on the camera. Cat may day trip people.
Thank you for the landscape view.
Yeah, and the only reason I'm doing that is because when I'll tell you later. Don't worry. When it's full screen, I can't see what I'm aiming at unless I'm vertical, which is strange. Another phone thing. All right, I'm gonna put it on mute. I'm gonna head to the wedding spot. Might as well, right? No, I'll go to the other side where the other side of Russ that I haven't been to yet.
Oh yeah, it would be very interesting to see. I've never seen that view from back there.
Oh, you haven't? Okay, yeah. Got some floats and where we said I do. They didn't ask for permission.
Well, Miss Lakers and ice cold AK.
Holding the cute backpack for me, like every year. All right. So this is the other side. It's sort of blocked off a little bit, but the Russ plans here. I can't really connect. I mean, I guess I could, but I'm not going to. Connect through, but I'll get as close as I can. The docks are really nice.
Oh, too bad there's a no trespassing sign on that float. I was going to suggest that you go out there, but I guess not.
Oh, I just passed? I didn't even notice. Oh, right here, no trespassing. Yep.
Some kind of sign.
I got to keep that clean record.
Oh, there's one you can walk on, maybe.
No, it doesn't have no transfer. Better not.
Oh, okay.
Disconnected.
My bad.
I'm a rule follower. I guess I'm hearing that there's only 2 more planes that they're expecting. So I don't know how accurate the list is that we've got, but I think they were also gonna announce the winner of their drawing that they have those raffles for.
Well, you know, we have a couple more videos that we can show pretty soon also. So,
Sounds good.
So that's not a problem. In fact, let me, maybe I can show one now. Let me, now we showed a video before featuring Regal Air, and we have another on-field provider of air services for it. We've got one of Trail Ridge. So I'm going to pop that one on now, and let's see what we got here.
Trail Ridge Hangar.
You can always go to the right, and there's a steep gravel beach coming down and make a 4-wheeler right, which is real close to the beach.
Okay. Yeah, as I'm taxiing towards the corner, you're saying I could go to the beach
right,
on the right
if
at
you
some
need to,
point.
which is out the beach.
All right. I am with Jordan from Trail Ridge.
Hi.
And you are, what is your title here?
My husband and I own the business.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
then you kind of are a big deal.
Yeah. Only some days. Him
That's
more
awesome.
than me.
That's awesome. Well, this is really cool actually, because
Yeah.
they, you know, our viewers know that this is what a lot of things you guys do is bring stuff out to remote spots, right?
Yep. So this is all headed out to one of the lodges we work with. We fly all of their like supplies. Their season's about to start, so we're doing a ton of cargo loads.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, it's
And
pretty fun.
about how many a day? Does it kind of just vary?
It varies 1 to 2 a day right now.
Okay.
Beaver loads of stuff.
Cool.
So yeah, so the planes are doing that kind of stuff all day long.
Awesome. All right, some of the questions. Let's see.
Yeah.
Well, how long have you been?
I've been here since 2014.
Okay.
With Trail.
That's big.
Yeah,
That's
it's
big.
a long time. My mother and father-in-law owned the business before my husband and I, so we've been here for a long time.
Very sweet.
Yeah.
So you also do flight seeing, sightseeing?
Yeah, yep. We do tourism, flight seeing, bear viewing, guided day fishing, all that kind of stuff.
What is the most popular?
Probably bear viewing.
Bear viewing?
Especially into July, going down to Katmai National Park, Brooks Falls. That's super popular. People do it all the time.
And where is your furthest that you'll go?
I mean, regularly, that's probably about as far as we go. Sometimes we make it all the way out to King Salmon, not necessarily all the time, but like regularly, Brooks Falls is probably the farthest.
And then another, okay, what is the strangest item ever strapped to floats for delivery?
The strangest item ever strapped.
Because we've
to
seen
float.
like, you know, four-wheelers or
yeah.
things like that.
We actually just the other day strapped a set of pontoons that they're gonna go to make a dock that were on the floats.
Oh,
and
wow.
that was really bizarre.
Crazy.
But it was pretty cool. Yeah.
Would they do that again? Is that something that is not
It's
super...
not common.
Okay.
Like I've never seen that happen before since being here. So that was a first for me, and it went well. They were not too difficult. So
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I've seen planes fly like other pontoons, like a set of floats on floats before. So it would be similar to that.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
There you go. And what is...
It's loud over on our side.
I should have done the microphone.
Yeah.
And what is your most favorite place that you've gone?
Oh gosh, my favorite place. I love Crescent Lake. Redoubt Mountain Lodge is the lodge we work for out there, and Crescent Lake is beautiful. The mountains are awesome. You're within the national park, so you feel like really secluded because the lodge is grandfathered in there. So
Gotcha.
I love going out there. Yeah.
Any like crazy thing that you've seen that can come to mind that
Crazy thing that I've seen. Oh, we flew chickens one time.
Oh my
for
goodness.
A guy. He was moving out to a lake and he wanted to have fresh eggs.
These three cute little things. This is a, what do you call it, styrofoam? Sounds like something started up here, just on the outside of the Odom hangar. I don't know if you can see it. Oh yeah, I think I remember. Wait, this is the one that was just that Judd that I didn't know what it was. I think. You guys hearing me?
Yes, I could hear you just fine.
Peak Apparel it's called. And signs around here, as if it's not obvious already, that planes do have the right of way. I always get nervous driving down here, just crossing paths on the road with them. Yeah. Oh, drawing's gonna happen.
Darren? It's like a parrot, Darren. You want to pull a name out of this big bowl? Close your eyes. Reach in there, really.
Like all of them.
Mm-hmm. There it is.
There we go. Just keep on, put one back.
Here's Phyllis announcing the winner of the raffle drawing.
Andrea McKnight. Andrea McKnight, are you here? That's the area code 417 number.
Darn it.
It's okay. We will call her and let her know. Thank you guys again for coming out to the Flyby Festival.
Now, I wonder if this could be, they said there was a Travel Air, but I don't know what a Travel Air is.
This is the Travel Air that's on the list. It's 1929.
Okay.
1929 Travel Air 4D.
I don't know if you guys are hearing the announcement or not, but sounds like because of the winds, they may or may not have these last couple. And they did mention a biplane, but I think that was the one they in question because of the wind. Or there it is. Oh, I guess not.
Yeah, it's coming in there.
Jeez, it's there. It's the biplane right now. Those are always cool to see. In front of Russ again with the 838 KT about to fire up.
Looks like a fairly tight formation. I can tell these people have flown formation before too. They're staying very, seems like they're staying very well synced with each other. I'm not sure exactly what they used to use for generating smoke in the old days, but my understanding is that the substance they use for smoke now is actually supposedly very environmentally friendly and all that stuff. And my sense is that maybe the stuff back in the old days that they used for smoke may not have been you know quite as environmental as what they use now.
You said last pass for these two, and then maybe for a 2:30.
talk yet. Okay.
So it looks like we have a Rust's Beaver on the way in.
Yeah, Rust has really been hopping today with the crowds, as we saw earlier, as Little Miss Lakers was over there at the flight office. Just the sheer number of people. I mean, that was a lot of people.
I'm back.
Well, while we have a little bit of a break here again in the action, we're going to just kind of turn the direction or turn things in a different direction here just for a moment. For those of you who have been long-time participants in the Lake Hood channel, you probably remember the name Tom MT. And it is with great sadness that we're sharing that Tom did pass away on June 4th. He had been sick for quite some time and unable to share in moderating the chat and operating the camera. Tom was greatly loved by all of us at StreamTime. He made tremendous impact as far as on the channel, especially with his insights and such that he offered, being multi-rated, including floats. And one of his last, I think it was his last visit to Anchorage actually, was with his wife. And they actually went out on Rust's 44 Zulu. And so it's there's a lot of great memories. Some of us had tried to keep in touch with Tom on a fairly frequent basis, but he had not wanted us to share what was going on directly with the chat. So we are letting you know now at this time, and I think Little Miss Lakers has a couple other things, but I will just say personally, for what Tom was going through, he was really struggling to end well as he struggled with maintaining his faith, and we're all going to miss him. We thank you for the opportunity to have known him as we did, either as a name on a screen or a voice on the telephone or chat messages. So, Little Miss Lakers, all yours.
Yeah, well, very well said. Yeah, get a little caught up here, but yeah, he was definitely one special guy. I got lucky to meet him and hold our wrenches that he made and brought to me in 2022. Was it? I don't remember, but we got to hang out over across the way here at the Airmen's Association with his lovely wife Karen, she's also in our thoughts. But yeah, Tom was one of those guys for me, a dad figure, and meeting him just once, I still felt we kept in touch and all that, but he just had that special demeanor that you can't forget. So yes, he will be truly missed, and we'll be thinking about him and his wife always. So yeah, I know a lot of people that have been on our feed for quite some time felt a sense of gratefulness toward him, and he was a great camera operator, very knowledgeable, so much history with airplanes. He was a hot air balloon pilot. he did all the things. We can share more in a link with a link coming at some point soon. But anyway, that's all.
Yeah.
Thank you all for loving him like we do. So keeping this wrench close to my heart. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you. Yeah, I just saw Off-Road's comment about the lodge otter has been really busy. I think this last trip that it took up to the lodge was nothing but luggage based on what was out there on the dock earlier. I don't think there would have been room in there for passengers. To Lima Charlie from Regal Air. And the video piece that Alex had shot, or Little Miss Lakers had shot, with Nick Cunningham, that apparently is his actual favorite aircraft to fly, is To Lima Charlie.
Yeah, that was a fun one to see. Hopefully, we'll throw that video in at some point. But yeah, pretty cool to see the inside. I mean, it's pretty standard, but still one of the favorites. So it was kind of a treat to get in there with him for a few minutes.
Yes, we will be able to show that video, and after these guys take off, if there's no other interesting things going on, that might be an interesting time to show it.
It would make for a wonderful segue.
Yeah, I just got confirmation. I'll make this quick with the music. But yeah, Chuck just mentioned that they got done a little early. I think, maybe people, a couple of those last ones weren't up for it or weather-wise, but normal traffic as of now, and then I think a lot of people will still hang around for the food trucks and the socializing and all that good stuff.
Yeah, but like I say, don't leave, because we have kind of a different perspective on things. As you've noticed from these videos, they kind of show things that we don't see from this camera. The video that I show next will definitely fall into the category of things we don't see from our camera. And Little Miss Lakers, did you say that was 62 Lima Charlie?
So you got 97 Romeo that's taking off here first, and then you got 2 Lima Charlie after that.
Right. Yeah, it looks like Little Miss Lakers dropped off. I was going to ask her if the one that is in the next video was 2 Lima Charlie. I don't know. Okay, we got a, let me put that video up, and it happens to be a video featuring 62 Lima Charlie. So
right,
let's see what we got.
In the fave. Now, Nick, quick question for you that Bruce Stone had for you. Do you have to go out a certain different way when you have heavy stuff on the floats, like a four-wheeler or something?
Yeah. So if we do an external load, we fly only the west route because it avoids the residential areas.
Okay.
So in case something would come off the float, which never happens, but if it did, then, you know, we're flying over the trees in the inlet. So
excellent. Yep, we're going.
Here.
Very cool. Now, it wasn't clear from that video, maybe, but she was not in the plane as it took off. She was doing the. She got to go for the taxi though, which was very cool. The inside of those planes are really neat.
Yeah, it was a fun time.
And boy, the inside of that plane looked so clean.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm sure that's one of their top priorities.
Clean and not cluttered.
Yeah.
I've noticed in the last couple of years they seem to be taking a much more passive, or at least less visible and audible approach towards the waterfowl on the lake. A couple of years ago, they used to shoot bird bombs, which I think I believe those might be 12 gauge shells that have no projectile. Well, they do have projectiles, but are just shoot stuff that chase the birds away. We used to see those a lot, and they don't seem to do that anymore. Though I noticed they had some kind of acoustic cannons, and in fact, it looks like we're zooming into one right now. Some kind of acoustic cannons for. Yeah, I've watched YouTube videos about those and how they work. So yeah, it's maybe a more automated way of doing it.
Actually, this is the second acoustic cannon that has been on Gull Island. They had first put one out there, and it was more on the south side along the east-west waterway, not the taxiway so much. And you notice they've also got some like sticks out there that have some mylar streamers attached, which are supposed to help deter birds from coming around it. But the first one, a couple of the chatters first noticed it, and we zoomed in on it, and it was kind of funny that the question was, well, are they effective? And as we zoomed in, we realized there was like 2 birds that were perching on top of the cannon. So they must not be motion censored. And I don't know if they had a remote timer on them, but none of us had ever heard it go off. Sound-wise would be very similar to that of like a 12-gauge shotgun going off. And the other thing that we've heard too in the past has been like whiz bangs that Wildlife One will come over and shoot off if they're trying to get some ducks or other waterfowl out of the way, especially from the east-west waterway.
Kind of an interesting technology, and something as simple as using propane to generate the noise. Seems like a very inexpensive and easy to get material for powering it or refueling it. So that's actually kind of cool doing it that way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure they're very inexpensive, at least inexpensive to manufacture.
Absolutely.
And to fuel.
Well, and I would imagine you get quite a few cycles off of one, LP tank. Yeah, that was a Coast Guard Jayhawk that we were just seeing.
Speaking of deterring waterfowl, I'm not sure when this was exactly, and maybe others will know, but sometime, I don't know if it was a couple decades ago or something, what they did was they put 3 pigs on Gull Island, and the idea was that, if ducks would make nests there, the pigs would make sure that the nests and the eggs did not stay there very long. So I think they only had the pigs on Gull Island, maybe 1 season. I'm not sure. So perhaps it wasn't very successful. I don't know, but it sure is novel. It would have been cool if we it would have been pretty cool if we had the camera here when they were doing that. It'd be fun to watch the pigs roaming around the island.
Yeah, that would have been before free range would have been a selling point for buying pork.
And yeah, I was thinking it was Larry, Moe, and Curly. Actually, I couldn't remember if it was that or what was it, Manny, Moe, and Jack or something. But yeah,
no, those were
I guess it was
boys.
Moe, Larry, and Curly.
Boys.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so got a trivia question here. See who's been paying attention. How many total slips are there approximately, or slips and tie-down locations at Lake Hood? Answer in the chat. And this is in the Flyby chat. Okay, people must be Googling it because it's a really slow, they're coming back with. Okay, Michael Smith, roughly 1,000. You got it, pal. So here's what I need you to do. I need you to send an email to sales@streamtimelive.com. And Michael, send your t-shirt size.
Along with $30 shipping and handling, and we'll get you. We got you covered.
Before I depart here, I'm gonna go see if there's if that trooper, or was that a trooper helicopter that just came in that you got? My connection's been kind of bad.
Okay, the next trivia question is what is the registration or tail number of the Museum Grumman Goose? Still waiting for a correct answer. Ann McKenzie, we have a winner.
Nice.
So Ann, same for you as for what we said for Michael. send an email to sales@streamtimelive.com and need to send your mailing information and t-shirt size. And I have one more trivia question. If you were walking or biking roughly the 4-mile pathway around Lake Hood complex, what large Alaskan animal might you occasionally spot browsing the brush near the airstrip? Off-road.
I would say penguin. I'd say penguins.
Squirrel.
Off-road's got it by a nose.
Nice off-road.
Well,
It's been cool to see one around here while we were down here. They are actually where I'm standing on the other side of Russ is the road that goes to St. Stephen's, and my brother and his girlfriend were in town 20 minutes before, or 20 minutes after I said, I wish that you guys could see a moose. We're coming out of the airport from our tower tour, and there's a moose they got to see. So it does happen quite often down here. Even when it's, busier streets, they own it just like the airplanes own the road when they're taxiing.
Well, off-road, as the others, send in your information to sales@streamtimelive.com. Address, t-shirt size.
Unless you guys have any requests, I think we are going to put the heater on in the truck and get on out of here for today.
Well, thank you very much for the great work. So glad you were able to go down there for the Flyby event.
Yeah, I'm glad the rain held up. My phone wasn't right the whole time, but to be expected.
Well, thanks, Little Miss Lakers, and
Yeah.
also to Ice Cold, AK.
Wave goodbye. Ice cold. Right on. Thank you.
He's a great sport, and we appreciate his supporting you doing this for
Definitely.
everyone
couldn't-
else's benefit.
I couldn't do it without him, actually. But you guys, Jenna and Judd and Stone, and I know Tom A is out there around too. Thank you guys for everything that you do. You guys are amazing. Definitely appreciate all your time and work.
Now, Little Miss Lakers, someone mentioned that 8021 Delta is on the way in, and I'm not even sure exactly what that is, but sounds like Tom A thought that might be something that interested you.
What is it again?
8021 Delta.
Oh yeah. That's
and
yeah. It's that. It's the plane that. I just like the colors.
Yeah,
it's the gray and orange one.
Yeah, it's the Piper Caribbean 150.
Yeah, it just catches my eye. It's one of those things. He knows it's one of my favorites. Is it? You said it's coming in.
Yeah, it's north
yes.
of the boat hull right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's been parking.
It's on approach.
Okay. Oh, there he goes.
It better change its direction, or unless it's got clearance to be flying through the Anchorage airspace.
Oh. All right. Well, I think
And of course, we all know about the Anchorage airspace now.
yes, that was a good little guide you had going there. All right, I'm gonna sign
Oh,
off
actually,
for now. Sorry to interrupt. Thank you guys very much. We are out of here. We're a little bit damp.
okay.
Take care, everybody. Thank you
Thank you.
all the
Thank
viewers,
you again,
everybody.
Little Miss Lakers.
Thank you. I'll talk with you all soon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, and I looked in satellite view and I saw I'm mistaken. It was not heading towards Anchorage airspace. In fact, it flew right over the boat hull, just as it should.
I was going to say, I hope he was in the where he was supposed to be, because I believe he's also a does flight instruction.
Wow, lots of stuff there. Are those floating dock sections that are piled up on the floating dock?
That's actually one of the newer docks over there that Tango Lima is using. Now, I'm not sure if they're busier than normal because we're heading into the July 4th holiday this week, but we actually saw 6 Tango Lima along with a Turbo Beaver yesterday fly down to Seward and appeared to have picked up some passengers that had gotten off a cruise ship and then flew them directly to the lodge. Both aircraft, and then they came back to the lake after that. But it just seems like they've been really, really busy today with numerous flights. And again, I don't know if it's cruise related and that's fueling some of this increase, or if it's just the time of the year. But I can't help but imagine that some of these flights might be passengers only, and then they bring their luggage up on a separate flight.
You know, Little Miss Lakers was commenting earlier about the weather and the rain and stuff. You can imagine that over the last week or so, we've been following the forecast, and you know, it was the whole week. It's been the forecast that it was going to be rain today, and this event has been rained out for us in the past, and so we were a little bit concerned about that. As it turns out, sure, it would have been nice if it was sunny, but it looks like those clouds have been plenty high, and so not really something that would, not allow VFR flight or anything like that. So looks like this guy's doing S turns for losing some altitude.
Yeah, that's actually 997 Romeo that's coming in, and then it looks like not far behind him is 2 Lima Charlie. So they must have had a pretty short flight, unless visibility has dropped to where they were wanting to go and having to come back. But I remember that as well, Michael. Looks like we have some sheets of plywood going on 6 Tango Lima now.
It's very cool being able to see them do things like load the plane and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You see a lot of interesting things on this camera if you hang around a lot, or hang around long enough, or monitor it long enough.
Yeah, yesterday we had an airplane that had mechanical trouble, and it was taxiing down the east-west taxi lane and ended up nosing in on Gull Island with its floats. And he was able to get it started, but then he had to go back up against the island again, so they finally had to call for the workboat to actually come out and give him a tow back to the west ramp. And that whole process probably took about 45 minutes. And what was so funny was about 2 minutes after some guy in waders went out there and did something on the plane, all of a sudden the pilot's like asking for clearance to go back and in the slow taxi lane down to Spinard, and he took off and he flew up north and he got up around Powerline Bend and then called into the tower and was on his way back. He was experiencing some kind of an electrical issue that was intermittent, but he came back. But it was the first time I think I'd seen actually the workboat being used as basically a tow truck on the lake.
So my guess is that this stuff is being taken up to their lodge, but who knows? Maybe they do a little bit of side work, especially if it's like someone that's a neighbor to their lodge or something like that that they know.
Well, from what I've seen of that lodge, there's a main lodge, and then it sounds like there's a number of additional cabins and such. But it is so remote that, you know, if there's something that needs to be repaired, it looks like the only way they can get it in there is by air.
Yeah, I see that the Dream Lifter is still on the ground and still with its transponder turned on. And still has its old
Yeah, it's an uncharacteristically long.
Yeah, I think it's been lit up since it landed.
Okay, so maybe they just left it on. But I noticed they haven't even updated the departure and arrival airports yet or anything.
Yeah, I see Tom A. had made the comment about the Tordrillo Lodge. It's about 59 miles from Lake Hood. And yeah, it's like 58.66 from point to point. So relatively short short hop.
Tom A57 posted the link to the Tordrillo, whatever, Mountain Lodge website in the chat for those who haven't been following the chat closely, you can go there and get a link.
Yeah, the livery on this Condor Airbus 330 that's inbound is coming from Frankfurt. And the livery is described as beige beach livery. Kind of reminds me of the old packets of like lifesavers with alternating color of beige and white. I think a couple chatters at one point, having seen these before in the past, made reference to the fact it looked like it was like prison attire.
Well, we should be able to see it pretty soon.
And I believe this is seasonal service only by Condor. They don't fly to Anchorage year-round.
Yeah, I believe you're correct. It seems like a lot of airlines are that way as far as flights to Anchorage.
Mm-hmm. I think it has a lot to do with just the cruise ship traffic.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. There is a port at Anchorage. However, it is really designed for cargo ships. It's really not a cruise port. I believe Holland America has one ship or maybe two very early in the season that do use Anchorage, and again very late in the season, because it's more of a commercial cargo port than it is set up for cruise passengers. So those that are going in and out of Alaska on cruises, typically they either come into Whittier or they come into Seward. And interestingly enough, the Alaskan Railroad does connect both of those cities to Anchorage.
Oh, look what we got here.
And Dreamliner on the move, Dreamlifter.
Yeah, I don't think that the cockpit area could accurately be called a hump on this one.
Mm. No, it seems like the hump is behind the first door.
Yep.
Yeah, it's only that area ahead of the first door that's actually pressurized on the Dream Lifter. Everything behind that's where the bulkhead is, and is all pure cargo storage space back there. And as mentioned earlier, the Dreamlifter, when it's heading from Charleston over to Japan, specifically to Nagoya, it typically is flying empty. It's going over there to pick up actually wing sections for the Dreamliners, the 787. The fabrication of those is done there in Japan, in Nagoya, and so that they're able to load these into the Dreamlifter, and then it comes back. And the aircraft that took off earlier, I haven't looked to see where its location now, but I would imagine it's already at Nagoya, and it's not uncommon to see a plane come through, as we've seen today, leave a lot earlier than what this one is, and be coming back through here at probably 4 or 5 a.m. Alaskan time tomorrow morning with another set of wings heading back to Charleston.
Oh, interesting. I've never really tracked the individual planes and when they, leave and come back to figure out the cycle time and stuff. That's kind of interesting info.
And because these aircraft are operated by Atlas, these are not Boeing employees that are flying these airplanes, but they are contracted with Atlas to provide this. And from what we have understood in the past, at least, is that there are a significant number of pilots with Atlas who are actually rated to be able to fly the Dreamlifters.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. In fact, it may be, I don't know if it's all of them that fly the 747 or not, but yeah, it's, I guess the idea is it's part of the regular pool, and it makes sense. You got a lot of pilots, like based in Anchorage and other places that they have, which certainly would simplify life compared to if you only had a few that needed to be at the right place at the right time to fly them. There is a guy who does a web or has a YouTube channel, and I think it's called 74 Gear. So a pilot name is Kelsey, but he flies for Atlas, and he actually is one of the pilots for the Dreamlifter. So my understanding is they don't need a special type rating or anything to fly the Dreamlifter, they they have to, I don't know, do a self-study thing or sit in an hour-long or a day-long, training of, all they really need to learn is things that are different about it. And so that's going to be, probably the loading and the door and maybe different things they have to check during their pre-flight, things like that. So it's not a big deal to get that sign off to be able to fly the Dreamlifter, but it'd be kind of cool.
Mm-hmm. Well, and it appears that Atlas must maintain a fairly sizable crew base there in Anchorage to accommodate the
and
flights that they have.
Yeah, for sure. And gosh, I heard a number somewhere, and I don't remember what it was, but it was something that blew me away. I was like, gosh, don't hold me to it, but it was something like 300 pilots based in Anchorage that the Atlas had, or something. Like I said, I could be wrong, but it was some number which was surprisingly large.
Mm-hmm. Actually, 4316 that flew out of Anchorage at 8:08 this morning is on its approach into Nagoya right now, to the Chubu Centre Airport. It's 10 minutes out from landing right now. So flight time was 7 hours and 14 minutes ago as of right now. So that plane had taken off not too terribly long before we first started getting stuff ready for this morning. To the best of my knowledge, Michael, question about does the DL carry any cargo over to Japan? As far as what I've heard in the past is it is not, unless there's something special that they need to bring over. But and the interesting thing is this airport is actually on an island, and it's a single runway, and I don't know how much parking space they have for these aircraft, so I don't know if that's why the other one took off when it did and this one was held up, so the earlier one could land and potentially be loaded before this one would ever get there.
Yes, that would be kind of interesting. Looks like a step taxi. That's when they use the water lane to get down from one end of the runway to the other fairly quickly. Now, you'll notice that some planes do not do that. Some people use the taxi lane to get from one end to the other. And the person might wonder why they would do that, especially if it's for takeoff. And the truth is, the piston-powered planes, in particular, need to make sure that their engines are warmed up gradually. And it's just hard on the engine if you just fire it up and take off. And yeah, so if they had just started the engine and it's a piston-powered plane, you will see them almost always take the slow taxi lane to get down to the end. And sometimes even when they get down to the end, they kind of circle around in the water and stuff to just kind of make sure their engine is warmed up. Turboprop planes and other jet engine powered planes, they are not nearly as sensitive to that, and so they are often able to just start the engine and go pedal to the metal. At least, like I say, at least to a greater extent than reciprocating engine planes.
Glimpse of the Dream Lifter making the turn, heading over for departure on that would be 27 or 25 left.
I'm a little bit surprised that they would allow them to fly without a working ADS-B transponder.
Yeah, because
I mean,
it's
assuming
still showing
that's
that
the
it's over
issue.
at the ACP ramp.
In general, there is a document called a minimum equipment list, or MEL, and it defines specific equipment that can and configurations of things that can be broken but that you can still fly. And so there would definitely be a provision for that. And interestingly, Tom A is saying that he's seeing it on ADS-B Exchange. So, so that's strange. So I don't know why it would be showing up on one
Yeah, I'm pulling that up right
one
now, too.
website, it's Flight Tracker,
So that could be just
and not
an
another.
FR24 glitch.
Oh wait, there it is. It just flew really, really quick to the runway.
Funny how it does that. And there she goes. About 7.5 hour flight time. I know I've had a couple people over the years say, well, what's the big deal about the Dreamlifter? You guys seem to always be focusing so much on it. And my answer has been often, there used to be an aircraft called the AN-225, Antonov 225. It was the single biggest aircraft in existence in the world. And we had the good fortune of seeing it on a number of occasions flying through Anchorage. It was originally developed for the Soviet space program to be able to shuttle aspects or components of their rockets and such. And it was destroyed, ironically, by the Russian military when it was at its base in Kyiv, Ukraine, when that war broke out. So there is no AN-225 anymore. There has been talk about rebuilding one because there was still an airframe that had never been completed, that had been started, and I'm not sure what the latest status is on that, but the AN-124 actually has a higher cargo weight carrying capacity than what the Dreamlifter has. But the fact that there's only 4 Dreamlifters in existence, it's kind of interesting every time we see it, because I think everyone is pretty amazed just that the thing even gets off the ground.
Oops, wrong button.
I was just looking at the flight path for 6 Tango Lima, the lodge otter that took off, and it's going north up towards Willow, not off to the west-northwest as it typically would if it was flying out to Jeb Lake and the lodge. So they must be doing some special contracted hauling work for somebody. And that Regal airplane, the Beaver there in view, 77 Romeo, is the one that we saw actually taken out of the water earlier at the North Ramp today. So it's been in. They've done some kind of maintenance on it. They brought it back out, and they've also, put it back on the water and taken it out for a flight. So I'm sure that was just they were testing it to make sure everything was good before they start hauling again, whether it's passengers or cargo. Well, for those that have been with us today, can't thank you enough for allowing us to spend some time with you in this year's Flyby. Looks like things have pretty much run its course for today. And so I think we're going to get ready and power things down. But thanks to everybody, John and Tom A. and Jenna, and especially Little Miss Lakers for all of her fabulous work out there. She's done this for a couple years, and she gets nervous as kittens preparing for this. But she's done just an awesome job once again of talking to various people there, as far as at the Aviation Museum and at Regal and at Trail Ridge, and some of the other things that she's been able to do, and just bringing things to life that we don't necessarily get to always see on the camera itself. So this has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, I didn't know how this was going to work this year with the rain in the forecast and stuff, but yeah, it seemed like it worked out okay.
Yeah, it did. and thanks especially to you, Judd, for all of your technical wizardry that went on behind the green curtain. When people say there's nothing to see there, well, you know what? There actually is a lot to see that's behind the green curtain. But you know what? It would just make your head spin. So, and as someone asked earlier, it was, it's like, so are you guys, in the tower? Which tower are you in? It's like these towers that we're in or whatever. It's it all comes down to, quite frankly, in some respects, visual effects. You can see part of a shutter in my office here. But it's yeah, I'm down in Charlotte, North Carolina. Judd's out in California. Jenna's up in New York. The only person on our team that's actually there in Anchorage is Little Miss Lakers. Jenna, anything else you wish to say?
See what happens if I.
Oh, just thank you, Judd, for all the setup work you put into this, and Stone and Tom A for working the cameras.
Well, thanks for Robin and Krista for ponying up a few extra T-shirts to give out to the recipients. So Michael and Ann and Off-Road, enjoy those shirts, wear them well, have fun with them. Hopefully it'll bring up some conversations. And I guess the last thing I would just say is that whenever any of y'all see 44 Zulu from Rust's flying in or flying out, think about Tom MT and especially for his wife Karen. It's been a hard loss for her, even though she knew it was coming. It was a hard loss. So, thank you. I have nothing else to add.
Okay. Well, I guess I can say this concludes our broadcast day for today, and feel free to visit the regular Lake Hood cam to watch lots of cool float plane and large commercial aviation activity. So, thank you very much.